Better. It's better.
I think we should call the people. I think we need someone to manage this. Oh, yeah. I think it's a big
Yeah, it's not.
Oh. You can try them. Let's go. We can be happy to try. Yeah, I think everything's okay. Oh.
Don't need the customer.
Morning, everyone. I see a lot of faces here. Thank you for joining us. While we wait for everyone to gather up,
I'm leaving after that.
thank you
I
guys
will
for
coming
coming to Talk DevFest for joining us. Firstly, I'm so excited about you be here today as we have a amazing lineup for the session today. So I will kick off the session officially by inviting a keynote speech by Ms. Amrita Nambia from Google. Thank you. Round of applause.
Yes, we're going to have to move this there. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. How are y'all doing? Come on, you can do better than that. How are y'all doing? Good. Did y'all have your breakfast? Because it doesn't seem like you have the energy for today. Oh, okay. You should. Oh, okay. Well, think about that next time. Probably not nasi lemak next time, but I hope you enjoyed your nasi lemak this morning. So, I know it's a Saturday morning. Everyone must still be feeling a little, sleepy and stuff, but I have a good incentive to wake you all up today. So I'll have a few questions during my session. It's going to be a quick one. Want to make sure that we're conscious about the timing and so on. But yeah, so if you answer the questions, you would win something. So I hope that gives a little more energy. Yeah. But thank you so much for joining us today. We're super excited to see all of you here. I hope that after some time you would get your energy as well. So yeah, welcome to Cloud DevFest KL 2024. So I hope that you've all had a chance to go through the agenda. So we have a lot of exciting talks prepared for you. So this is going to be the first track, and there's going to be another track over there as well. So just keep in mind that there are two tracks happening. Feel free to check out the agenda to make sure that you're joining the right track and it aligns with your interests. So if you want to look up for the agenda, it's on our page as well. Can the ones in the back hear me? Yeah? Okay, perfect. And yeah, so you can always go to our page and check out the agenda and join the sessions that you're interested in. And yeah, let me just get started with my keynote session today. So hi everyone, I'm Amrita. I'm the technical project manager for our developer programs in Southeast Asia and South Asia Frontier. And I'm also I also manage our communities in Singapore and Malaysia. So yeah. And quick question, okay, no swags for this because I'm worried that there are going to be too many of you here. But yeah, who's joining DevFest for the first time? I mean, doesn't necessarily have to be for CloudKale, but DevFest in general, any part of the world. Okay, all right, perfect. So welcome to DevFest. I hope that today is going to be a great session and you would want to come back. But yeah, so I want to welcome all of you to the world's largest distributed developer conference. So as we are having DevFest over here, DevFest is happening throughout the world for all these parts of the world. We have different chapters of GDGs all across the globe running DevFest parallelly throughout the past 2 months as well. So you're part of this global community, and DevFest is our annual conference hosted by our communities, our GDG communities, Google developer groups across the globe. And I hope that you're all excited to be part of this global campaign that's going on. So, okay, so this one would give you a chance to win a swag. So make sure you raise your hand first. So how old do you think DevFest is this year? Raise your hand. Okay, the one over there. Sorry? Not 6. We've been having DevFest for longer. Yes. Sorry? Yes, you're right. Thank you. I'll pass you the swag. Okay. Bandic will be back with you. I can give the salt. Yeah. So I have this Google for Developers printed socks over there. Hope you like it. So yeah, this year DevFest turns 15. It's a very important year for all of us, developers, communities as well. DevFest has been around for the past 15 years. It has been around to support developers across the globe to get connected with our communities in Google as well. So we want to make sure that all our developer communities have access to the latest updates, latest Google technologies so that you can upskill yourselves and at the same time make the impact that you want to see in your communities as well. So in 2023, we've had over 650 DevFests globally. We've had it happening in 500 cities, over 100 countries have been involved, and we've had over 1,000 GDGs who were part of this and made this huge success happen. And GDG CloudKale was also part of them in 2023 as well. So before I move on, I want to give a big round of applause to all our organizers, volunteers, speakers, facilitators who have made this happen today and who have been making this happen for the past years as well. So let's give them a big round of applause. We wouldn't be having this meeting without them. And they put in a lot of effort over the past few months, creating content, making sure this is all well organized so that you can have a good day today. So thank you to all of you for making this happen. And next question, we're giving out more socks, so make sure you raise your hand first. So what do you think is the theme for DevFest this year? Anyone? Anyone? Anyone?
AI first.
Close enough. Something to do with AI, but close. Sorry? Please raise your hand. Sorry? No. Okay, I'll give you a hint. So I know, there's someone at the back there. Yes, it's responsible AI. I think you Googled it, but still you would have said. Yeah, so our theme for DevFest this year is responsible AI. So I think this is going to be a topic that has a really big impact on all of us today because I mean, as you all can see over the years, you can see the evolution that we've had within Google itself for AI in general, right? We started off with, spell check and things like that, Google Translate, TensorFlow, and all that, and it has brought us all the way to Gemini today. And it shows how important AI has been in all of our lives, right? But the thing is, with great power comes responsibility as well, right? With Gen AI, we want to make sure that we can do all these changes in our communities, make all these societal impacts that we can. We've seen a lot of amazing use cases that have been produced by our developers in the community, whether it's like flood prediction or, when it comes to cancer detection and things like that. So many things have been created using the power of AI. The thing is, we want to make sure that we're responsible in doing this as well. We want to make sure that the data is safe, our users are safe. It's not just about creating bold, developing bold products, but we want to make sure that we're also making it in a way that is safe for everyone to use. So that's where the Secure AI framework comes in. So this is something that's very critical. It has a holistic approach where we're not just looking at one part of the process, but the entire dev life cycle is covered, right? So when it comes to the data, the model, infrastructure, and all the way to the application, we want to make sure that our users and everyone is safe throughout the process of our development. So 2024 is an important year, and I'm sure all of us are excited about what's in store for next year as well. But while we're building all these amazing things, let's keep in mind to build it responsibly. And yeah, let's build a responsible future together, and you can check out this link for more updates as well. So when it comes to our developer communities, right? So I want to give a big shout out to GDG Cloud KL for the amazing work they've done over the year. So they've had over 15 events, and out of which we've had over 6,000 attendees who have been a part of this and have gotten the skill set and so on over the year, right? And just want to see a show of hand, how many of you have been attending GDG Cloud KL's events over the year? Can I have Okay. Yeah, I see a few familiar faces, and it's always so good to see you all coming back. And I hope that all of you here today would keep coming back and take this opportunity to not just attend this time on. What we want to see is that we want to see your continuous growth with our community. And you might be wondering why communities, right? So our goal here is to make sure that we all get to learn, grow, and connect, right? So the thing is, some of you here might be joining for the first time. Some of you here might have been joining for quite a number of times, right? We want to make sure it just doesn't end there. Today, you might be joining as an attendee. Hopefully next year for DevFest, you'll be joining here up on stage as a speaker, and that's something that we want to see. We want to make sure that we facilitate your journey in being, the best version of yourselves. And let's take the opportunity today to learn from each other, make the connections that you can throughout the session. I mean, we're going to spend the entire day here together, so take this opportunity to network with each other, with our speakers, and so on. And I hope this network would help you in your journey as being the developer that you're aiming to be. So let's all have a challenge today. By the end of the day, let's try to make at least 3 new friends. Okay? Are you all up for it?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah, at least 3 friends. I mean, of course, let's try to make more friends. We have like over 300 folks over here joining throughout the session. So let's try to make at least 3 friends. Okay? Doesn't sound so convincing. Are you all up for it? Yes? Okay, perfect. And just a few updates as well. So we have these links over here as well. So if any of you are interested in being a part of the Cloud Innovators program, here's the link. You can just sign up over here. And also for those of you who are part of the startup ecosystem, we also have the link over here to apply for it. So if you're in the early stage of your startup journey, there's one on top, and the other one is the scale one. If you have been in the ecosystem for quite a bit. So I'll give you a moment to get the link. All right, perfect. And another thing, so for those of you who plan on joining upcoming DevFest, I think it's pretty fun to collect these badges. I find it fun personally. So I'll give you a moment to scan this QR code over here to redeem your DevFest badge. And I hope that over the years, you would have this whole collection of badges, which you can look back to, and it's pretty fun memories. And the reason why I say that this is going to be fun is that my journey as well started with attending one of the DevFests hosted by GDG in the past. And some of our speakers here are the ones who inspired me back then as a student. For instance, Dr. Pu and Shangi and all, they were part of the speaker team even back then, right? And they have inspired me throughout my journey. And I hope today our speakers could also inspire you. I have no doubt that's going to happen, but I hope that you take the opportunity to grow your skills as well. And yeah, I wouldn't want to take up too much of your time. So it's time for DevFest Club KL 2024. Let's give a big round of applause to all of you over here for making it today this morning. Thank you so much. I mean, apart from all the effort that we've put in, if all of you aren't here today, it's never going to be as exciting, right? So thank you for taking your time to come and join us. I hope you have a really, really good day today and you learn something and make 3 friends today at least. So thank you so much. If you want to stay connected, we can connect on LinkedIn. I'll be around as well. Happy to have a chat with all of you here. So thank you.
Okay, just give it a few seconds for reshare. All right, I hope you guys had lots of food today, all right, because we got lots more coming in. How was the nasi lemak just now? Spicy. Oh, I think you guys are gonna, hit the toilet after this, maybe. All right. Okay. So before without further ado, I would like to call in our gold sponsor. Firstly, Talent Labs. So Talent Labs is outside. You guys make sure to visit their booths. All right. We do have Talent Labs too as well over there. So basically, Talent Labs has the main purpose is basically a platform where you guys as developers and stuff can just go in, sign in. So I think please make sure to visit, Talent Labs outside. All right, that's our gold sponsor. And second, we do Okay, all right. So as you guys see the video of that labs, we see the full stack career and professional development program. All right. So if you guys want to send in your resumes, you guys know where to go to. All right. So for next, our silver sponsor, we have Moneyline. As you guys know, maybe you guys are going to the office in TRX. Right. So without further ado, let's play their video.
Taking pictures.
Okay.
Okay. Is the volume up? No sound? Just wait. Cái gì? Cái gì cũng là gì?
Sorry, you guys can see the videos.
Is there audio auto this or no? That's supposed to be.
Okay, all right. A little bit of technical issue over there, but I'm just going to explain a little bit. So, okay, basically Moneyline, it's somewhat said as exchange, I would say. All right, so if you guys have been to the office before, they are a US-based company, which is fully here in Malaysia. All right, and one good thing that I really know about is that they offer super good food all the time, and also they offer an unlimited PTOs from anyways. All right, so lastly, for our last sponsor, we have Cloud Model. So let's carry on.
Technical issue.
Okay, so for Cloud we have something a little bit special for today. We have our CEO from CloudMind himself, right? So we're going to invite him.
I should have done a video also.
All right. Okay, introducing the CEO from CloudMind. Come on, round of applause, guys.
Okay. Morning, everyone. Sorry, I can navigate this right. Right. I think we need to see some energy in the room, right? So because Moneyline and doesn't have to speak, I have 15 minutes to speak, right? So I can go on and on and on. So first thing first, I would like to say Semangat Pagi Malaysia, GDG, DevFest. Anyone can repeat after me? Semangat Pagi. Semangat Pagi, GDG, Malaysia, DevFest. Can do better than that. Come on. Let's do better than that. Semangat Pagi. Thank you. So my name is Lester. I'm from CloudMind Malaysia, but we are actually I have a lot of slides, but I'm just going to have 5 minutes to quickly run through it. So that's me, right? I used to look like that, but because of an accident, I have a fractured jaw now. So I literally have a titanium plate holding to my jaw, right? But I'm going to remove that plate in February, and the doctor's going to shave my jawline. So I'm going to look like a Korean, oppa very soon, right? Joking. Right, but anyway, I'm here supporting GDG, even though I'm under surgical procedure. So who are we? We are a cloud service provider, literally using Google technology to jumpstart to help enterprises, startups, government business in Malaysia to accelerate your business through cloud with data, AI, and cloud technologies, right? So that's who we are. We are also a startup ourselves, right? So we started the company in 2017. And and today we are in Series C, and we are doing a pre-IPO round, right? Hopefully we can get listed in this year or 2025, right? So that's who we are today, and we would because our journey along the way, we are a tech company. We use tech to jumpstart our technology, and today we are very proud. We are very honored to be here to share what we know about, align with the team, responsible AI with the floor here. So whether you are your own business owner or you are a career, seeker to go into the industry, you get to learn the new tech and get to widen your horizon and know what's coming, and then you get prepared yourself, right? Okay, now I'm going to talk about. We're not going to hear to sell my company like videos like Money Lion and telling up some good story, right? I'm going to share knowledge that we know about AI. Now I'm going to steal some swags from Amita and Nick here. Can anyone tell us which era did AI started, right? When people start to talk about AI, in which year or which era? If you guess correctly, you will get a swag on your sock. My colleague Sharon will also give you a Google pin, right? It's a very unique pin that I think we only have 10 today, right? So yeah, please make a guess. Hands up, please. Yes. Wow. Okay, that's amazing. I didn't get it. You were right. So can we steal a swag from you and Sarah? Okay, right. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. You're right. So 1950s, AI started, right? We went with the Turing. It started with Turing tests, and symbols and logics, right? But apparently it didn't take off because computing power back then was really, our infrastructure and computing power was really, not as powerful. So the idea just didn't take off, right? Because that in order to have AI or Gen AI, you need to have very good. Yeah, thanks. Okay, right. I didn't get your name here. Sorry. Jonas, right? Later I'll have a personal chat with you. Thank you. I don't want to find out how you get to know that. So anybody can. So today we're supposed to make 3 new friends, right? So Jonas is our first friend. No, you got it done, right? Okay, so 1950s, yes, but because due to the lack of computing power, it didn't take off. And then in the 1980s and 90s, because the roller coaster period, that was where I was born, right? Earlier than that, I used to play, games like chess games online and stuff. So actually, those are already the AI journey has started, right? Where the early application stage where you play chess games. And machine learning algorithms have started, right? But we see some little success, but it didn't really fly again because due to infrastructure and computing power. And where we are today, right, modern era, I think AI is very advanced. We talked about not only AI, we talked about generative AI, data-driven decisions, and so on, right? Because of the time and such, I couldn't explain so much, but I try to hope you guys can read the slide. And later, if you want to know more, you can talk to me later. Now, what's the future of AI, right? Where we're going to go to the future is talking about, like RAG. Augmented generation, what do you call it? AGI, right? To make AI as human as possible, right? So that's where we are going to. And we've been working with helping a lot of startups in their journey. So to matchmake with VCs or equity firms, right? All the venture capitalists, all the equity firms, the first question they ask the startup was, I was in Silicon Valley to work with Pegasus on that. Do you have an AI strategy? If you have, I'm going to invest in you. If you don't have, don't need to talk. Go buy. And that's number one. Second one is ESG. Do you have a sustainability strategy? So that's very important. 90% of the investors are looking to that. So what I'm trying to say is that if you are going to a career or you are going to jumpstart your business, please have an AI strategy or a sustainable strategy in mind, or get into that field if you are a career seeker, right? Because that's where the future, at least we see the next 5-10 years is going to be, right? Amita can support my statement there, right? From Google perspective. Raise your hand if you definitely raise your hand. Thank you. So again, next thing I want to share is that from a business perspective, how we see AI can empower business, right? So the 4 things here that they talked about, it will help business achieve data-driven decision making, DDM, right? Efficiency, business operation efficiency, right? Generative AI for innovation, right? And also customer experience. And we strongly encourage every business to have AI in the strategy by having all this kind of AI, like security AI, data AI, code agents and so on. But I won't going to elaborate one by one. But these are the thoughts that organizations should put in place. When you have an AI strategy in your organization or a plan, if you are a listed company, your market cap goes up, your share price goes up, right? It goes very high. You can bring in more investment. If you are a startup, if you have an AI strategy, you definitely can raise more funds. And that's what we do, right? Cloudmile, we are here to work with Google to bring this AI academy jumpstart acceleration to the market today, right? So that's why I'm here speaking today, just let everybody have a wider horizon about AI. And we need to definitely embrace AI, right? So how do we do in an organization? Number one, you need to identify your opportunities, achieve quick wins, right? And access your data readiness. Last but not least, you have to choose the right tools and partners. Google definitely is the right tool, technology jumpstart for AI, right? It's just that Sundar didn't announce it earlier, so that's why OpenAI gave them a run for money. But in terms of technology, it's way behind, right? Google has always been the AI forefront leader. The thing about think big, so it's Google, right? And right partner, Cloudmile is there, always here. We are here to work with Google to bring this capability to help organizations jumpstart and accelerate the AI journey in the market. And last but not least, develop a sustainable and responsible AI strategy, which I believe all of us here will be able to learn more and hear more during the entire day, right? Now I'm going to end my speech, just hopefully just within 5 minutes, right? The call out to use AI wisely and responsibly, right? Because fun fact, we all know, right? Assuming we are using AI or generative AI, 100 million users within and 100 million users across the world using it and doing 5 prompts a week, right? Imagine how much megawatts hours or CO2 that equates to, right? It actually equates to 44,200 megawatt hours, which is equivalent to 31,000, which equivalents to a CO2 generation of 31,000 trips from Johor Bahru driving to Bangkok, to and fro, right? So that's the amount of CO2 that is going to generate using AI and Gen AI prompts by 100 million users, 5 prompts a week, right? So, definitely that's something that we need to take note of. Hope we can get a fact. I think I did get a fact right. I did a fact check. I don't push it here, right? So the call out is that now today's team, aligned with today's team, please have a responsible AI strategy or mindset had in mind, because we do not have another kind of deal, right? So thank you very much. My name is Lester and have a great day. Thank you. Right. Yay.
Okay, thank you so much, Lester. All right, so hope you guys like the figures. Okay, let's move on with our next slide over here. All right, so please do ensure you guys share any kind of pictures that you take over here. Scan the QR codes. We'll share some pictures too over here that we take. All right. We do have WTM roundtable at 4:15. All right. Please do register over here if you guys would like to as well. All right. Okay. So before that, before we disperse for our track 1 and track 2. So basically, as you guys know, food will be outside as usual during lunch, and after so on, sweats collection will be at the front. Later on, during almost finishing time, washroom will be at the back. All right. Okay. So you guys clear? Do you guys have any kind of questions? Oh no, people have been quite crowd today, yeah? Okay, okay, let's keep it up. Okay. All right. So let's give 5 minutes for everyone to disperse around. So this is track 1 and track 2 will be at the opposite. All right. So give 5 minutes before we start our tracks. Thank you. Okay, let's go.
I'm good. Yeah, basically. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
It's like on the side. Supporting the group.
In the collector is what is it?
No,
I need a WhatsApp.
unfortunately. I will do it now.
I'll do it now, then you can just have a little bit of if you have anything, then you share with us. But you can just mute your mic because
No order of this is companion. Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
At the end of the academic day, probably 4 weeks, 4 weeks actually. By the end of the academic, all the startups is able to have an MDG for getting
Sure, I can see your screen sharing.
hopefully.
Oh yeah. I will fix that. No, based on that. Oh yeah, this one is. That's the best we can do.
More
Minimize it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once we're ready,
I'm not really like.
once we're ready, then we can get the MC to kind of introduce you. Then we can start.
Yeah, I don't really talk about
Okay. I leave that to you.
more like.
Yeah.
Just take off.
怎么可能？
There's no cheaper, right?
Oh, we have. Give me a second, yeah.
哪个电脑？这个电脑好使。
I'm going to do it. Just afternoon.
But this one off. On off.
We won't offline.
Oh wait, fuck.
The Google Cloud is at our office. And they're like,
We went to get a cheaper one.
I want to have to more so that design is what even myself, I was at the director's office. So we just have used that concept where you can just sit right down and number two, the office is a living, yeah, like a living, office. I mean, walk the top office that's using technology. So the entire office, every corner, powered by data, AI. That means every client that walks in, you want to look at GDG.
Are we waiting for?
I'll just stand here and
Oh, the clicker is it?
Okay, all right. I hope you guys are ready for us to kick off with the first session today. So today our first topic would be building safeguards for generative AI applications. We'll be having a sharing session by Nancy. So she's a customer engineer in Google Cloud. So over to you, Nancy.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming on a Saturday morning. I think it's not an easy thing to do, and so. So thank you for joining us this morning, and also you're spending the day with us today. So I hope you would learn more things. Just a fun fact about myself. So I'm Wanti. I'm a customer engineer at Google Cloud based in Singapore. So this is actually my first time to KL. So yeah, many recommendations for me. Yeah, okay. And I think Mr. Amrita asked a question on is it anyone's first time to be on DevFest? Right. So fun fact is that this is actually my second time. So my first time was actually back in 2019, where I attended it in London. So now I did one in India, and then now I'm doing one in APAC as a speaker. So I think maybe that would inspire you one day to also become a speaker at one of the GDG events. Okay, so that's a very quick introduction about myself. So I want to spend more time on the topic today because I think this is a very important topic and also the theme that we are looking at for today's session. So more about building safeguards for generative AI applications. So without further ado, maybe we just go through what Majestic.
Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd.
It turns out a big part of getting things done is making a phone call. We think AI can help with this problem. Let's say you want to ask Google.
Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd.
It turns out a big part of getting things done is making a phone call. We think AI can help with this problem. Let's say you want to ask Google to make you a haircut appointment on Tuesday between 10 and noon. What happens is the Google Assistant makes the call seamlessly in the background for you. So what you're going to hear is the Google Assistant actually calling a real salon to schedule the appointment for you. Let's listen.
So how can I help you? Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd. Sure, give me 1 second. Sure, what time are you looking for?
Test. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which mic?
Sorry?
That mic or another mic?
Can you send
And I'm just getting no, but this is so hard.
Okay, guys. All right. I hope you guys are ready. So let's not push our time anymore. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, all right, that's cool. I'll make sure the aircon switch and stuff there. You guys will feel support. All right, so without further ado, let's start with our very first talk for today, optimizing AI solutions from Esther. All right, round of applause from Esther.
Okay. Hello everyone, and oh, so nice to meet you all. I'm Esther, and I'm from Indonesia. I'm from the second largest city. It's called Surabaya. So it is my first time to talk at KL, and yeah, also my first time to come into the country because previously I just do transits in KL. So I already explored a lot yesterday, and
Okay.
Please, okay. Anyone know what's this photo about? No, it happened. Okay. So I guess let me just explain a little bit. So this photo that you see over here, right, it's actually a AI generated photo of the US Pentagon exploding, right? So when this happened in like May 2023. When this happened, it actually caused the US stocks to dip a bit. So you can see how easy it is for anyone to just modify an image, and then it can cause something that is huge impact. For example, the US stocks are dipping, right? So it's really a very early example of how this kind of AI generated misinformation can impact industries or like the world. Okay, next one. So in a sense, I would say responsible AI is no longer like a nice to have. So anyone, I guess everyone here in the room, if you're building like an AI product, it's really important that you should consider responsible AI in the design and implementation of it. And it shouldn't be like sort of like an afterthought. Like once you think, okay, I have a use case on the thing, use AI to build it, you should have responsible AI right from the start. Have that baked into the design and implementation. Right. Okay. So I think maybe you might be thinking, where do I start? Okay, let's start with people. Okay, how do we do it? So I think as people, whenever we work on any AI product, it's actually guided by a clear set of AI principles. So this has been there since 2018. It really illustrates like what AI should do, and then what are the applications to not pursue. So this is a very long list, but what I want to focus on today is really the third one, which is be built and tested for safety, right? Because I think that's something that is easy for developers like yourself to look at, because it's something that you do every day, implementing AI systems, building AI applications. So I think what I'll do is we will dive into this, look at some ways that you could actually implement Gen AI applications for safety. Okay, so just okay, here we have a diagram. So we are moving into the implementation part already. So we have a diagram of the generative AI application. So very simple one. You have a user input on the user input on the left, right? And then you have the AI model, some sort of friction model, Gemini, for example. You input that into the LLM, and then you get an output, which is the output, the response to the LLM, right? So where do you actually build your safeguards? So quite simple. So in the input, you can build a layer of safeguards, right? So that before the your user input actually gets to the LLM, you already do some sort of filtering. And then the second part is on the outputs. When the LLM gives you a response, you check it before giving it to your user. Right. So that's why we're going to focus on the input, output. Right. Okay, so the next question is that, okay, so I know input, output. So where do I start? How do I start? How do I know what kind of safeguards to put in, right? So one thing that you could use to guide you is start from the content safety policies. So this is, for example, the kind of policies that you define what type of content that your application shouldn't generate. So this is something that comes to mind when you're starting to design. Like what's the intent of your application? So it will help to guide you on appropriate safeguards to add, and it should really clearly reflect your application's use case. So I think it might be confusing what I'm trying to say here, right? So let me just give you an example. So for example, if your use case is to offer ideas for family activities based on community suggestions, right? So you could have a content safety policy that says you should prohibit the generation of violent content. So anything that's violent shouldn't come out from your application. Right? So this is one example. And you could have many more. So for example, for sensitive personally identifiable information. So this one would be like your credit card number, your identification number, your application shouldn't be able to, I guess, at least have access to those, or be able to output those in the responses. And then the other one that you could have hate speech. You could also have harassment. You could also have gender content, and many, many more. So it really ultimately depends on the use case, what kind of AI applications you're doing, and then the target audience that you're doing it for. So all of this will change depending on what you're doing for. Okay, so that's about how you can start guiding it. So if you go back to safeguard, so you've got your content policy, content safety policy set up. So then the next part is safeguarding it, right? So remember I mentioned input filtering and output filtering. So how does that look like? So what I'm going to do is quickly just to think about this kind of safeguarding. I want you to think about it as sort of a defense intent. So right, you look at it as an approach where you have multiple layers of defense, multiple layers of safeguarding. So you have your LLM in the middle, right, somewhat, and then you add layers and layers to sort of have that kind of safety guardrails to make sure that your inputs and outputs are not, I guess, dangerous or harmful to your users. So how does that look like? This is, I guess, somewhat like an example of an end-to-end safeguarding. A very simple one to start with. I mean, of course, you don't have a lot of layers. You could also do it, but these are really common ones. And what I'm going to look at is really the text-based, right? Because a lot of us, I think, the most common one is actually text-based applications. But whatever I say here, I think the concept is there, it's relevant to other modalities as well. So, I mean, for the next, I guess, 10 minutes or so, I will just go through each of the category of like how you can actually implement it with any of our products. Right. So if you look at the first one, sensitive data protection. So what you could actually use is something called the cloud data loss prevention. So it's used to identify any kind of sensitive information, personal information. So when you identify it, you can take a look, redact, mask, or tokenize the data, depending on how the application wants to process it, right? So what you can use it to do is to inspect the input and output of the model, right, for any sensitive data for it. So what an example looks like is, for example, if your user input says, oh, my order did not go through, can you please process my card? And the card number over there, right? You put it through the cloud, the output, it's API request, right? And then you will get a redacted response, okay, which actually removes the card number. So this is one way that you can do it to remove like all of this sensitive information and very quickly, right? So this is the first layer that you can do. And the second layer. So this is where I guess more of the text stuff comes. So if you look at category analysis. All right, so what we can do here is to do a check on the category with a natural language API. So it helps to categorize like the intent or the topic that comes in. And for example, if the input or the output answer actually goes off topic outside of the scope, then there's a chance for you to reject that input altogether. Right? So for example, look at how you make the product promotion campaign for blogs to increase sales. Put it through the natural language API, and you'll be able to give you all the category names. So for example, if the category names that output here do not fall within the scope of your application, then you could send a response back to the user to say, for example, oh, your input is out of scope for our application. Please try to different other input. Right. So this is one quick way to do it. Okay, so if category analysis is not enough to block off harmful inputs, the next one that you can do is to do the sentiment analysis, right? So this one is straightforward. You can also use it with natural language API to analyze the sentiment of the input topic, and then you block it if, for example, the input or output is actually too negative. So similarly, you put in the input. Okay, here it says this document, and then the content is just enjoy your vacation. Put it through natural language API, and it will return you with a sentiment score, a magnitude, and also a score. Right. So again, it's great to do it via API. Right. Okay, and then the fourth one is a malware check. So I think this one is also quite important and something that is, I guess, maybe sometimes forgotten. It's that when you look at user inputs, some people try to hijack it, like inject some URLs to it, right? So how do you actually guard for that and prevent that from reaching your LLMs or even getting it to run on the application? So there's something called virus photo. Anyone heard of it? No? you guys would know about it after today. So Virus Total is actually a platform where you can actually analyze files and URLs to detect malware and other malicious content against a vast database that they have already collected. So I think they were acquired by Google a while back. I can't remember the year, but it's actually a Google Cloud product. So what it does is that if you have URLs in the input and the output, what you can do is put it through Virus Total, and it's able to tell you, for example, is it a clean site or not? Right? If it's smaller, you can look at the results. If it's a clean site, right? Or not. So if it's a harmful site, then we'll flag it up, and then what you can do is to remove it so that it doesn't even reach your application or your LLM's input, right? So this is one way that you can do it with URLs to check for like a malware. Okay, so now we look at I guess the fifth part, the fifth layer. So we look at the validation element. So here it's more interesting because not just using API. So what you can do here is that you can use an LLM to validate the input and output of LLMs. Right. So for example, you can use Gemini to sort of inspect the input and output of dangerous content. So all of this comes down to your prompt template. So this validation LLM layer is quite customizable. So it depends on what kind of validation you're looking for. If you're looking for a certain kind of input structure, you could validate it. Or if you're looking for a certain kind of topic, you validate. So you could also do that, and it's just based on some customized topics come up with, right? So the thing is that you want to try to detect any potential harmful or dangerous content in this input. And then here I have an example. It's actually it's actually trying to, it's actually giving examples of how someone is trying to jailbreak an application. So for example, the first example that was given in the prompt template is, what is the capital of Germany? And the answer is Berlin. And then the output is false. So I don't think that's true. So it's actually teaching the prompt the wrong answer and giving it examples of how like a jailbreak attempt looks like. Okay, so this could be one of your validation prompt, for example. Yeah. So that's the fifth one. Very quickly, we are now at grounding. So I am pretty sure most of you have heard about grounding with RAG. Show of hands, anyone new to this? Okay, good. Then I don't need to spend more time on it, right? So I guess when you do grounding, it actually helps you to sort of limit the application output to trusted sources. So it helps you to use higher accuracy in terms of responses, and also helps to reduce the hallucination. So how do you do it? There's two ways to do it. Google Cloud. So number one is grounding with the data. So ground with your private documents. You can do it via vertex search, which is the out-of-the-box RAG data store that you have. And also you can do it via the vertex AI vector search if you are up for like a DIY RAG where you want to keep your own and then to your own vector database and search through it. And then the second one is something that I really like. It's grounding with Google search. So anyone knows that you can actually do that? Anyone don't know? You? Okay, everyone knows. Okay, very good. Okay, so you can actually ground the sources found in Google search with Gemini. So I found this to be very, very useful in terms of giving Gemini the most updated knowledge. You can ask anything that happened yesterday, for example, and give the result as long as you ground it with Google search. I think it's just like a button, like an enable button on the console, for example, and also like just a line of code at the tool. Yeah, so that's how you could actually sort of ground and safeguard your responses to make sure that it's actually coming from sources that you intend to want to produce from. Right. So the last part would then be the safety filter. So this one should be something more straightforward because it's actually built into Gemini itself. So what it does is that it will assess the output based on these 4 categories usually, and then it will try to give it a score. And then based on the score and based on your settings, is it high, low, or like a block sum, then it will not even give you an output. So for this is something that I highly recommend you to use, experiment with, because at the end of the day, you don't want to block too much of the responses and then it becomes like a I guess hassle to your users because they can't get the responses that they want even though by sound. something that is actually quite normal and then it's not good on the user experience. But it's something that is highly recommended for you to review and then customize according to your needs. So this one you probably do some tests and then see what's the good balance for it, right? So this is something highly encouraged to use. Okay, so we can see like I guess the whole end-to-end of it. And of course this is really just a starting template for you. Depending on really what specific use cases you are talking about, a very niche area that you're looking at, you might want to add on each layers as well. But this is something that you can really start with. And that's sort of it. But I have one more thing that I think it's really important that you should also look at is collecting user feedback. Because I think at the end of the day, if you're building like a generative AI application or any application, you would end users. And they are ultimately the one that is interfacing with what you build. So it's really important that you collect the user feedback I guess recursively, just keep doing it. Because you will then be able to review the signals from the real use. Because sometimes when you put in something in the real world, you wouldn't know what's going to happen until someone tries to find it and try to hijack it, right? So that's also a good way for you to understand where to improve based on how users interact or behave with your application. So you can also then use leverage the data there to identify the gaps in your application. Really is something that you didn't think about at the start when you're designing or implementing it. And that's where you could also come in at the end, related like the continuous monitoring to add it in to your application. Right. So I think at the end of the day, it's like really using the signals and also the learnings from the real world usage to actually sort of tune your application to your model to increase the safety of it. Right. Okay. So I hope I'm on time. So what we've looked at, I'll just do a very quick summary. So what we've looked at today is really, I guess at the start I showed you like the state of the AI industry, how we've moved from 2018 all the way to today. And also, I guess, talk a little bit about responsible AI, why is it important to have it and how can we start? And then we look at how we can sort of define content policies and how that plays a part in being like a, I guess, guiding principle for your safeguards that you want to add. And then lastly is really how to actually quickly implement all of these layers of safeguarding. Right? So I hope at least today will give you like a very good starting point to go back and think about how you want to add these layers and then expand on hopefully, right? So I sort of end, I guess, with some resources here for you. So what you can look at is, for example, the first one, Responsible AI Toolkit. So within this, it's more of like a reading. So if you look at, if you open it, it essentially talks about like how you can actually design responsible AI applications, some of the safety alignments, how you can evaluate models, some of the safeguards. There's a lot out there, but today I've only focused on text, but there's also the ones on images, for example, scene ID, to sort of have that watermark to make sure that you could identify it as an AI generated image. And then for the second resource, it's more of, I guess, more technical. Talks a little bit more on the technical side of things, how you implement, right, to keep the safety of the models and also prevent any harm. And then this one is the most interesting one, I think, for you guys. It's a code example where it gives a lot of like examples of how people can probably hijack your prompts and do some hacking into your applications. So that's something that I highly encourage you to try out. It's a code example. And everything that I talked about just now, all the different layers, those are also in the code. So that's something that you could probably start tonight if you are fast, or tomorrow if you want to take the night off, right? So these are the three things that I will give you, the resources. Everyone done? Don't see any more? Okay. So I think that's the last one, but I have one quote that I want to leave with you. So I think at the end of the day, we see that AI has huge potential to benefit whole society everywhere. Really, we're seeing it in our daily lives. But I think at the end of the day, it's really important for us, I guess, as developers or leaders of AI applications, to develop and use it responsibly. But at the end of the day, it really must be a collective effort from everyone. So whether you're a researcher, industry experts, or like a big tech giant, or maybe people like you today, who's building applications or using AI data, it's really important that we really think this, put this as a high priority case to think about. So really just this code that I'll leave with you. There's so much that we can accomplish and so much that we must get right, but we have to do it together. Right? Okay, so thank you. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Majestic, for sharing this session. I hope everyone has learned something about safeguarding your AI applications. So let's move on to the second session, which will be focusing on introduction to generating AI agent. So for those of you who have wondered how ChatGPT works or Google Assistant works behind the scenes, so I think this talk is the right one for you. So let's give a round of applause to welcome Julia.
Thank you. So we are a little bit behind your time, but let's try to make it fun. I also have some gift in my pouch. So you ask questions, I probably can give up. It's not part of the event, just my personal one. Okay, so it's going to be about AI agents for today. We are based in Singapore as well. And I've been speaking about AI agents for like past few months. So I cannot refine my slides based on what I can observe and things like that as well. So hope this is something that useful, and I also have homework for you to do when you go home. You can practice your agent stuff.
Homework number 2.
I will also give you the credits to do it. How about that? Okay, so this is me. I can code this one. I think you have to. It's not from my student. It's from this. Which one? Anyway, so this day I go over Google and talk about pretty much about machine learning stuff and how you can actually create things on Google Cloud and then how you can define and so on. And so one of that is LinkedIn and it's Instagram. Okay, so we have LLM things for I think about 2 years now, and the way we interact is with this prompt. And when you put a prompt to the LLM, could be Gemini, could be Palm, could be OpenAI, whatever, right? And it usually gives response, right? So response could be in text format, response could be in image format, right? Usually we don't have audio right now, but right? So the thing is, when you have this kind of responses, and you might aware there's a hallucination, right? So hallucination means when the response coming back from the model, it might not be accurate, right? So when things are not accurate, but it's very convincing to the people. So when you look at it, it sounds plausible, it seems okay, but it's not correct. It may be that the numbers are wrong, it may be that the reasoning is wrong, but it may be, the spectral things are wrong and things like that. So how do we make it into such a way that whenever the element responds back something to you, it has to be correct or grounded, right? So you guys know about grounding already. So we started with RAG, which is a retrieval augmented generation. And after we have done RAG, you need to have a data index to something, right? So you need to have a database, you need to have a flat file, something that you can link it up to the element so that the element can actually read from those information and then only provide that information as a source of truth to the user, right? That's what the grounding is. So we actually tried RAG. It was popular, I think, in recent time as well, mainly because the element input, right? when you're taking it into, there's a limit on how much you can actually pass to the LLM. So you cannot pass the entire database, entire documents into LLM, and that won't actually fit into the size, right? The size was 4,000 plus token only, but now we actually can go up to 2 million. Right? So there's also a few debates in things like, hey, do I really need the RAG as of now? Because I could technically put an entire database into the context window, and Element should be able to find it, right? So those are the progress in this kind of AI field that we see nowadays, right? LLMs get response, and the response can be grounded with the additional data that you have, your company proprietary data, could be internet, right? Google search grounding, Google Map grounding. There's many other grounding that you can actually do. But LLM doesn't do things for you. You have to figure out how to do it. For example, asking, let's say, Gemini or ChatGPT to help you plan itineraries or help you find the flight information. But you still have to be the person, you have to be the actor to actually try to get the ticket booked, right? The generative AI doesn't book ticket for you, right? Anyone can do with Gemini to book a ticket. But even if you say, oh, have me book the second booking, then you'll just say, no, you have to go to this website, right? Click this button, and then this is how you book it. So people are like, oh, I want things to be done, right? So it's the same thing as once you shared about the appointment maker. You don't want to actually call to make an appointment. That's why you have the personal assistant, right? If the assistant just say, oh, you want to make an appointment, I'll call this number, tell this, what's the point? I don't need it, right? I already know what to do. I just want something to do it. So this is where the agents idea comes about, right? So agents are more like automation tools, right? So there are a few agents. The one that we are seeing right now is conversational agents, where you talk to it, and there's also a workflow agent when you automate a few things that you are doing, right? So let me just skip over some slides. Right, so this RAG, right? So you have this information retrieval system stuff, where you have the prompt coming in, you have the retriever that retrieves the external database, get the relevant context, rank it, then you pass it to the LLM, then LLM actually gives you the answer, right? So that's how, instead of just prompt go directly to the generator, they actually retrieve the information, then rank it, and only give the relevant information to the generator, right? So next slide, I have, we wanted more, then we actually have this thing called agents. Right? So agents actually use this thing, which is a generative AI model, as the brain, right? So you actually try to get as much as instruction, the reasoning, all the thinking from the generative AI model. But the good thing about agents is you can actually have multiple models. Right? So you're not limited to, let's say, just use one and then do one with everything. You can actually have multiple model that does a lot of things. And the other one is the tools, right? So in order for the LLM to be able to book flights, check account balance, get some information, you need to have some functions, some APIs that you have to connect to the LLM so that it can do it. It's like a hands and legs something, right? If you don't have hands, then how to hold things, something like that. So you need to have a brain, you need to have the hands, and of course you need to have the whole body that ties brains and hands and legs together, right? If not, you just need a floating brain example, right? So this is where we have this orchestration thing. The orchestration thing is to tie things together, right? So you have the brain that gives you instructions, step-by-step things to do. You do it with the API function database, and maybe you delegate to another agents. But to be able to do that, you need the orchestration, right? So this is where the key components of agents comes in. You have three: model for brain, the tools, API for legs and hands, and then the orchestration is on the body. Right? So that's how you make this entire piece. And this orchestration, you have things like profile, right? If you want to be creating a chatbot, it should be friendly. If you just go to the customer back, right? So things like that, you need to put restriction to it, you need to put profile to it, and then it should be able to remember to some extent, right? When you talk to the person, hi, I'm Tuya, and then the chatbot should be able to know who I am, right? After you talk to like 5 rounds, and you forgot who you are. That is not a good thing, right? So that's why you need a memory. So both short term and long term, short term for like the current task, and long term for this kind of things like information, like user information, what's going on, things like that. Okay. So it's kind of like technical, right? But think of it as like you're opening a restaurant. Okay, making agent is kind of like that. You are the store owner, right? You need to figure out what I need in the restaurant. I need an usher, I need a waiter, I need a cook, I need someone to serve the food to customers, right? So you need different type of people that do very different things, but they do collaboratively together to achieve a goal or running a restaurant. Right? Same thing for the agent, right? So you might have, let's say, a booking agent for the hotel, right? You need to have one agent who can actually research about the itinerary, right? What's good for which country, what city at this time of the year, and then one agent to actually look for accommodation, right? Which hotel is available right now? Right? What's the price range? Is it closer to the itineraries? Right? And also there's another one would be like flights. Right? Do I have flights? Is it night flight, day flight? Right? Another one would be more of like, what's the budget? How much budget this person have? Right? Is it able to afford? Right? So you only have the $10,000, and then you cannot book flight to that whole round trip. Right? So you need to have this kind of constraint, things like that. So there may be different agents that is working separate stuff, like totally different stuff from each other, but they are trying to accomplish the same goal. Right? So that's how the agents are very powerful in the sense that you have one system that you can just pick and choose which agents can work for this system, and then you make it happen. Okay? And like I mentioned, agents should have tools, right? And then those tools actually should be able to label, right? You have to label them in a very descriptive manner, because the tools that you want to use for the task that they are given will be determined by how you describe in the description, right? So follow back to the restaurants example, right? If you have a restaurant and then you label all the tools properly, the people will be using the same tool and correct tool, right? So imagine like you hire a new person, and new person do not know what to do, and they were just like, oh, I can actually serve my burger with a knife and a fork instead of spoon and a fork. It still works, right? Some restaurants do that, right? So if you label the knife for cutting vegetables, then the person will use the knife to serve to the customer, right? So sometimes we have lots of tools in our AI systems, and you have to label them very discreetly so that the agents won't pick wrong tools to do the task, right? So this is very important point, because when you start building the AI agents, having a descriptive tool is very important. Okay. So now coming back to the agents type, right? So initially we only have language. You have language in, language out, right? So you can put text out. But then we have like Majestic or like the diffusion model where you have text in, image out, right? And then now we progress to the multimodal, when you can actually pass in your image to the model, and then the image can actually, transcribe or like, visual captioning or like description, things like that. Image in, text out, right? Then we are actually moving towards this thing called language, vision, or audio, right? So the model itself should be able to also give you the audio output as well, right? And people from robotics, anyone from robotics, few people, we are also trying out with the language to action, right? So if you do not know, right, the robots kind of like the equipment is basically just input. So it could be input between a vector range 1, 0, -1, it's up, down, something like that. So if you can able to create actions that robots can take in, you can actually have a language that output actions to the robot, right? So this is from the modality, what input, what output. That's how you categorize agent, like one way. And the other way is also by use case, right? So some people is like, oh, I have a gaming agent, which can actually help me to do NPC interaction with the character. I have a finance agent, which can help me to check for my stocks, for my portfolio, and things like that. I have a healthcare agent, which can identify my X-ray images, my test results, and so on. Like the robotic I mentioned already. I have like a customer support agent, which can actually talk to a customer and then fulfill their requirements and things like that. Okay. So these are like the use case, and generally they are classified like a conversational agents and then a workflow agent, right? So customer support and maybe finances are more like conversational. The rest, like maybe gaming is also conversational. The rest like robotics and all these things are more like workflow. Right. So how do we build agents with actions and APIs and so on? Right? The underlying technologies, it could be extension and this could be function. So extensions, I think once you cover that a little bit, it's disappear again. Okay, it's bad. So the extension itself has no restriction on what kind of like permissions, the tools, the linkage, and all that, right? The function has some limitation on what you can actually access and what you should be able to access. In a nutshell, they work very similar, right? So just now we have the RAG flow, right? You have the prompts coming into retrieval, right? And then retrieval actually extract the relevant information, and then you send to the element. The element actually use that as a context and generate the response. But in this case, right, because we are trying to do not just the databases of the data, we actually want to link up with the APIs, customer system, and other agents and so on, right? So you send a prompt to Gemini, and instead of Gemini directly give you the response, right? So the difference is here we don't have retrieval. Okay, the retriever is not send anything. The prompt directly goes into the language model, right? The language model then come up with what we call a function call response, right? So what it means is that when you ask a question to the element kind of understands that require additional data, right? So, but you also define it yourself, right? So let's say, for example, asking about exchange rate or the weather information, things like that, which require a real-time kind of interaction or data input, right? So you can't save, let's say, the exchange rate in a database because you have to keep writing, right? Every minute or so, there's different things. So you need to at least have a system that can support it through the API. And so this is where the Gemini will be smartly knows that, hey, if you're asking about the currency exchange rate, I cannot give you based on my knowledge of data. So I would recommend you do a function call. Right? So the function call, then Gemini will be like, oh, I have some information about the function that you should call, and then these are the function names, these are the parameters. You go and call it, you just give back the response from those APIs. So once you get a response from the API, right? They call it a system, you get a response, and then Gemini will use that response from the API to return to the customer. Okay, so this is slightly different approach to the RAG, right? And some people would argue that this is actually like RAG combined with like some other things, API and so on. But fundamentally, RAG means the prompt also should go into the database, right? And then the database should be able to index out and give you the relevant one. Then only then you pass it to Gemini, right? Or the element, right? Here the function call is a bit different because the prompt never go into any retrieval system. Entirely retrieval process is relies on a Gemini, right? So Gemini has to come up with a function call, and that function call has to have all the information required to call the API, to get a database, to talk to another agent, and so on. So let me give you one example, right? So the example looks like this, right? So assuming a customer comes in and then he asks, how much is a Pizza 8 Pro, right? And then it comes to Gemini. If you don't have a function call enabled in Gemini, right? Then Gemini will try to give some number up. Maybe the number might be correct, maybe not, right? But because we enable the function calling features from Gemini, Gemini will actually give you like, hey, you are asking about the price, and just so happen that I have a function to call get product price. And that product price, I'm going to give you the arguments that you can actually put in, like a variable. So the variable name is the product name, and then you can actually put in the string value of Pixel 8 Pro into the function, then you will get a value. After you get a value, back to me, I will answer to the customer. Okay, so assuming we get this function call, and we have to write some code to call it to the API, right? So once you call, you get back some response like this, right? So the response, of course, API responses are usually JSON, right? Put it in response from JSON. Ah, 50 more. Yeah, maybe you have use cases that you know useful for that, right? Or who actually returned this JSON response? Anyone? It happens because your customer might be another agent system, right? Alright, and so you can actually return response in JSON to other people as well. But in this case, the customer is a user. So we want this to be rewritten in English so that the customer can read, right? So you get a response, you pass it back to Gemini, and Gemini will actually get the relevant information from the response. And then say, hey, you asked about the price, 128 GB is like 99 right now, right? Includes of GST, things like that, based on the response, right? So from here, trying to a language. That's one option. You have a question, I'm saying? The Gemini app, that's how it is. And what is function calling doesn't call the function, even though it's named function calling. You have to call the function. Okay? I don't know why they call it function calling, but it doesn't call the function at all. You should call the function given parameters. Or it's not a system. The system around it, Google.com, is not using Gemini. It's a system. Gemini has a brain, and you have all the APIs and the function that is built up, right? So you can actually say that you search about a flight, right? In a Google, Gemini or Google.com, they actually say, well, I'm talking to the Google Flights APIs, and then you actually start having information on the flight API. And you can ask about the itineraries, and then so I'm talking to the Gemini, talking to the Google Map APIs, and all the information, right? So things like that is a system. It's not just a model, right? This is a very important concept to understand. Although they are all names Gemini, but Gemini.com is a system, and then Gemini API, the deal of Majestic is a model, right? Okay, so this is actually a repo that I made. You can actually take a screenshot or scan it. But it has two notebooks. It kind of try to explain how you can actually build agents using function calling. And there's another one we use Crew AI. So Crew AI is like an orchestration tool. Remember, agents have models, APIs, and orchestration. So using Crew AI can actually enable you to create multiple agents. And then it can create a pipeline to do a cascade down information, right? So one of the examples that I have in the notebook is that you have, when you want to write, let's say, a report about a certain topic, right? And you need to refine the information, right? You ask it, can you write about artificial intelligence? Then the model gives you something, but you want it to be done in a specific way, specific format, specific language, then you need to actually ask in additional prompt, right? So that iteratively and more things. So in this example, what we did was we actually have the planner to plan out the flow of the report. And then you also have a writer which can write based on what you plan to write. Right? So let's say your plan is like, oh, I want to have like introductions, background story, what's happening right now, what's going to happen next, and then conclusion. And so then you have those categories. The writer will write based on what you planned out, and then you actually have the evaluator at the back end to try to evaluate the quality of the output, and then you actually say, oh, this is good, this is not good. And so these are two notebooks. One is the create agent with function calling, and the other is create agent with Crew AI. As you can take a look and run it. If you have other things like conversational agent, how to do RAG using multimodality. This is actually a notebook repo that we create, and we actually push code every now and then. It's like a universe of things. This is actually the official one. Just now it's like my one, right? So you can actually take a look at this notebook as well. And how do you run all this thing? Right? You need a cloud credit. I also have it covered. Right? I actually have credit from here. Just follow the instruction from step 2. You should be able to get $5 credits on your personal account. account, okay? Don't use your copy, and then you cannot use some of the things because you corporate restriction things like that. So you can actually scan, or you can actually go to like DevFest 2024, and you should be able to get credit to redeem. Just follow step 2 instruction. Right? If you click it, you should be able to see what's it called? The slides that can actually give you the step-by-step to go through and claim it, right? So try to claim it by tonight if you can. Is it the time already?
No, it's not.
It's not. Okay. $5, right? Yeah, it's all right. So this is easy to understand. You can give me 5 star, like a restaurant. If you don't have, then you just give 1 star. I will try to see what's wrong. Try to put some comments if you think something can be improved, right? Right now you can fill a few form. I will take some questions. You have 5 minutes to do. Anyone have any questions? If you ask questions, I'm gonna give you stickers. Looks like this. All right. Okay. You want to $5, but but if you want to build $5, you can also do that. Yeah, I thought we can do anything at $5. So I don't think we can. Yeah. So the thing is, if you enable $5, right, you can actually do this thing called BTS Google Doc. Right. So what I do is I bypass the requirement to put anything there. I would like to warn you, you can expend more than $5, but you have to pay it. Right. So there was a guy actually spin off some GPU and they $1, and they asked me, well, why he need to pay $1? But he used it, right? So now I try to put if you finish $1, the account will be the account I gave you will be disabled. So you cannot use more than that.
This one, yeah, this like temporary.
Correct. The one that actually your Gmail. The one no touch. Okay. The one is box. So provide a billing account. So you want to be careful when you spend, right? Then you worry, hey, I might overspend. But this one I create for you. So that's only $5 there. So even if you overspend whatever, the account will just go away. So you don't have to pay. So it can last about 180 days. But of course, if you finish it, then finish it up, right? But if you don't finish it, it will be stay $5 for 160 days. So yeah, I just try to remove the worry from you so that you don't have to go, I put my credit card down and I need to pay. Yeah, thank you. I'll give you the any more questions? Nobody? It's all good? The agents? Good? No question. I might have done a very good job. Okay. Nobody yet? Nobody yet? I know it's website, but there's one more session. We'll try this. Okay? All good? If you have questions, you can come find me. I will just be around somewhere. Okay? Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great breakfast.
Thank you for that. Everyone gives him a 5-star rating, please.
Right. It's okay. If you like 1 star, it's fine, of course. Oh, thank you.
All right. Before we go on to the next session, I just want to thank you so much for bearing with us about the technical difficulties. We're trying to fix that, and I'm pretty sure to get that fixed before lunch. Just I would appreciate those that are on the right side of the hall. Just avoid the wires because I think that's what's affecting the screens to flicker. And I'm aware of the second screen flickering, so I'm sorry for that, but we're trying to fix it later. Okay. So now let's move on to the next session, which focuses on building AI-powered applications with Vertex AI in Firebase. So we will be inviting Ms. Mirabel, also from Google, and she will be sharing on us about the topic today. A round of applause. Welcome her.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. I know we've been here for like 2 hours. Does anyone want to like take a minute to just stretch? Are we good? Another stretch. No? Okay. Well, thanks for joining us today. So quick intro of myself. My name is Mirabel and I'm a customer engineer from Google Cloud based from Singapore. So this is actually also my first time in KL and my first time in an in-person DevFest. So I'm super excited. And today I'll be sharing a bit more about building AI-powered applications with Vertex AI in Firebase. Anyone here has tried Firebase before? Yeah. Okay. How about Vertex AI? Yeah. Some yes, some no's. How about Vertex AI in Firebase? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Well, a reason for that is actually newly GA. So it's a newly launched feature. So I'll just talk more about it later on. All right. So when we talk about building applications, maybe the best way to explain that is, let's say we want to build an AI travel app, right? So it's almost holidays, vacation mood. So say I want to build this app that accepts text inputs. So for example, for myself, I enjoy skiing. So maybe I want to go to Japan from this date to 15 December to 16 December. What I want to use this app for is to actually output some sort of personalized itinerary for me so that I don't have to think too much about what I need to do there. But at the same time, maybe I'm a bit too lazy to write or I don't have the words to describe what I want to do. I also want to give my users this option to maybe just upload a picture, right? For example, I want to go to a place with snow because it's Christmas. I want to go to a place where I can enjoy skiing and maybe take a good look at some of these snowy mountains at the same time. So in here, this input is actually what we call a multimodal input because it has text, it has images, but it's not just limited to this, right? Maybe there's someone who sees something on maybe TikTok, like a very good vacation spot, and I just want to go to somewhere similar to that. So I can also input things like videos to help in my travel itinerary app. And what I get is maybe a 2-day itinerary to enjoy a snow paradise in Hokkaido, for example. Anyone been to Hokkaido? Ah, okay. Yeah. So previously, what we can use to do all this is actually Gemini. So Gemini, I think you've heard it a lot today. It's our multimodal model that can help us do just the things that we're setting out to do in this travel app. But previously, the only way we can access Gemini is through server-side SDKs, like the Vertex AI SDK. So a lot of the times we're coding in languages like Node.js, Python, Go, and that meant that we will need something in the middle between our front-end mobile/web applications and the Gemini APIs. And that's usually a backend server. So it could be things like something like a cloud function for Firebase, but essentially we will need something in the middle to connect these two things. Now, what if I told you you no longer need that middle portion? So you don't have to manage a backend server for your app to call Gemini API anymore. So that's actually where our newly launched Vertex AI in Firebase, newly GA, that's where it comes in handy. So here, this is actually a slide with the whole Firebase portfolio, all of the different services available there. And I think the next section after this will also talk about a few of the services here. So with Vertex AI in Firebase, the experience actually becomes very simple. It looks like this. So directly from your mobile/web applications, you can call the Gemini API using Firebase SDKs. And along the way, I'll just show you some of the source code to show you how simple it can be, right? So if you're iOS
app developers, Android app developers, if you build web apps with HTML, JavaScript, if you use Flutter. So you can actually now connect directly to the Gemini API using this Firebase SDK, which supports these four platforms. All right, so let's get into this to show you. I think we can count the lines of code later on. It's just a few lines. So the first thing that we want to do with Vertex AI and Firebase is to actually initialize it. And it's the way that you would do with other Firebase services. So in here, what you're doing is to actually write these 2 lines of code to initialize first the Vertex AI service, and second, the generative model. So I think earlier today, we've spoken about, I think you've heard of Gemini 1.5 Flash, Gemini 1.5 Pro. So if you want to choose which model you want to use, it's simply added as a parameter right here. I think the first session, we also talked about things like the safety filters, for example. So that can also be added into simply parameters right in this single, by calling this one line of code. So now that we've initialized this service, let's get to implementing, I call here feature number 1, but actually it's the main feature of our application, and that is to accept multimodal inputs to output the itinerary that we want. But let's start with generating the first and easy use case, which is if I say I want to go to Japan for 2 days, it will just take my text and then output me more text. So here I just put in a placeholder for the prompt. But really the main goal here is all you need to do now, instead of setting up your cloud function, writing your Python code there, and then calling the cloud function from the application, all we need to do here is just call model.generate content and feed in the prompt. So this really simplifies with just a single line of code. So for any application developers here, yeah, okay. So this will help. You don't need a backend server anymore simply in this use case. Now, what about multimodal inputs? What if a user wants to upload an image or they want to upload a video? The great thing about this is within the Firebase ecosystem, you saw the huge slides with all of those different logos just now. There are different services that you can use inside your application. So one example is actually this service called Cloud Storage or Firebase. Anyone heard of this before? Yeah. Anyone heard of cloud storage without the form Firebase on the GCP side? I think I'm seeing more nods for the GCP side. So it's actually the same thing, but accessed with different SDKs. So similar to how there's a Vertex AI and a Vertex AI in Firebase, this cloud storage, when you're accessing it through Google Cloud using more server-side SDKs, whereas in here, you can access it directly from your applications with the Firebase SDK. But actually, it's the same thing. So some of the benefits that you get, like why I need a cloud storage for Firebase here to handle my multimodal inputs is, first of all, there's a limit. So with cloud storage for Firebase, you're actually able to upload those media files and handle larger size files. So especially if you're talking about things like videos, this is where it will come in handy. Second part is with cloud storage for Firebase, you actually have this thing called security rules. So if, for example, I as a user log into this travel itinerary app, the app developer can actually get that condition and say that, hey, I can only access my files that I uploaded. I can't access, say, another person's media files that they uploaded. And the third thing is, as I mentioned just now, it's also accessible from Google Cloud. So if you want to take that file, you want to run through maybe a image moderation process behind the scenes or any other server-side processing, you can easily do that using the same image, using the same cloud storage document. Right. So how does that change with in terms of the code side of things, right? So this is still this is the uploading part to the cloud storage for Firebase. So as you can see here, this is all still in JavaScript rather than maybe your backend SDKs. And what I'm getting here, the two important pieces are actually this thing called the mindset and the URL to the cloud storage object. Now, once I have that, it's actually quite simple. Just another line of code here to get the image part where I'm feeding in the mind tag and the search URL. And then I'm using the same model.generate context and just feeding in both the prompt and that image part. So as you can see here, it's actually quite simple, right? Just maybe 2 lines aside from the prompt. So with this, actually, we've already gotten like the basic parts of the application down. So I can input text, I can input image, but you can easily extend this to video as well. And then from there, from this result, what I'm getting is the usual itinerary. For example, just now the trip to Hokkaido. Great. But beyond this, maybe we want to be a bit more ambitious. So what I wanted to share a bit more on maybe some of the different features that we can use together with other Firebase services. So one such service is actually this thing called remote config. So for those of you who are new to remote config, what it is it's essentially like a key value store. And you can use it to change the look, the feel, or the behavior of your application without needing to republish your applications to the app stores. So what it looks like is something like this. So with remote config, you can set some default values. And in our case, when we talk about Vertex AI in Firebase, that could be things like the model name, maybe the system instructions, the prompt, the Vertex location, and maybe even the safety filters, right? So we can save that as like key value pairs that I can change maybe directly from the Firebase console without needing to republish or update my applications. So for example, maybe this is my default values, but say for the people in this room, this country, we want to give a better Gemini 1.5 Pro model and also make that processing happen or make the API call happen to the nearer location of Asia Southeast 1, which is Singapore. So I can actually update these values on the console and it can target specific segments of users as well. So essentially what's happening here is just now while we were hard coding that Gemini 1.5 Flash, we're actually now saving that as constants here. And then still calling the exact same lines, but now updating those, for example, setting the location to a variable Vertex location based on where the user sits. Or saving the model as just the model name, depending on maybe I have premium users versus a free tier of users. So why would I want to do this? One is in the example just now, setting the location closest to the user. The second could also be A/B testing or giving different levels of experience to your users. I think today we've talked a lot about responsible AI. So one example could be, if you saw just now, there were safety filters that are provided by Gemini, right? Block some, block all, or not block all, block many, or block none. So maybe one thing you could use this for as well is if you have a younger demographic of users, maybe you want to be a bit more careful in terms of the content that they can see. So that's where you can actually set like the safety filter to be maybe block more. Whereas for older generations who are more able to discern what's right, what's wrong, and so on, maybe you want to block less, something like that. So another thing that you can use this for is because you are able to identify different segments of users, you can actually run an A/B test. Say you want to improve, maybe the itinerary that I generated just now was a bit boring. So I found out a way to make it a bit more exciting, a bit more fun. So I can actually try to run an experiment. Maybe for 1/3 of the users, I'm running the new prompt, whereas for 2/3 of the users, I'm still running the old tested prompt. So in that way, I can also do the A/B testing here and also slowly roll out those new prompts as I get better results with it. Now that was with remote config. So moving on to the next feature that I want to implement, linking to real-time weather data. Wouldn't it be cool if like I give you an itinerary and I say, maybe day 1 is going to rain, better not go out there. So one thing that you can also do is to link to maybe outside external data sources. And I think the previous speaker, Tuya, spoke about this. Does anyone here remember or know what type of feature from Gemini can help you achieve this? He had a whole diagram. Function calling, right? Are we able to? Yeah, okay. Well, we can give you the slide. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so I actually had a slide on function calling, but I'll skip that because I think Tuya did a much better job. So what I'll do instead is to actually show you an example implementation of it using the Firebase SDK. So first thing is we need our function. So at the top there, it's calling a weather data API. And then we also need to give the Gemini the tools. And that's where we actually have to tell them what the tool is. So that's what we're doing here with what we call a function declaration. So the tool here is to go fetch the weather. And I'm just telling it that this tool helps you get the weather conditions for a specific city on a specific day. And the inputs should just be this location and the date. Now, armed with this, we will still need to give it to Gemini itself. So that's where our early initializations come back. So just now we were just putting the model name. Now we're also giving it tools. So maybe you have other tools you want to add there. We can just list it together with the fetch weather tool line right here. So I think according to Tuya's diagram just now, Gemini doesn't directly call the model itself. So the application still has to call, not the model, the function. So the application itself still has to call the function. And that's actually where this comes in. So here we're calling the fetch weather function that we defined earlier. But how do we know that we need to fetch the weather in this case? So when we submit our prompt to Gemini, it actually tells you in the response, there's this thing called the function calls, result.response.function calls. So this will list like all of the different tools or the different functions I'll need to call to get my full result back. So here, in this case, if there's a fetch weather function call required here, then that's when I will call that function. And then I'll just feed that back into Gemini to get my final itinerary together with the weather for that 2 days in Hokkaido. So that's actually a very quick one on some examples of how we can present or build a very simple itinerary app. I think I wanted to also be a bit more ambitious and implement some of these other things that are supported, but maybe in a future session. So within Vertex AI and Firebase as well, it does support some of the Gemini features like a multi-turn chat. So maybe instead of just going one time, I can have an agent that can ask me, what are your hobbies, what are your preferences, what is your budget, and so on. So that's also implementable within Vertex AI and Firebase. Second is JSON outputs. So applications don't like to speak English, they like to speak in JSON. So you can actually structure the output to be in JSON format so that the applications can process it more easily. And third, something that was not shown earlier is actually the streaming of the responses. So similar to how when you type in Gemini or ChatGPT, sometimes the lines will look like they're typing out along the way. You can also similarly set up the streaming response. So instead of generate content, it'll be something like model.generate content stream. So all of these are also available within the Firebase SDK. So yeah, I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
Right. Thank you guys. I hope everyone is still doing good. Are you guys still good? Alive? Hungry? One last session to go before we head out for lunch. So our next session is by Lim Shani, a software engineer from Hubble.build. So he'll be sharing with us how we can use SQL and Gemini with Firebase Data Connect. And basically build Gemini features and GenKit. So I hope y'all are excited for it. Let's give them a warm welcome. Last one to go. Yeah, it's the one.
No, he don't have the link.
Oh, the thing?
Is it a different name? I don't know.
All right, sorry, some technical difficulties of resolving that. So just a reminder to everyone who is interested to join the Women Tech Makers Roundtable later, where it will be a roundtable discussion focusing on work-life balance sharing by Sandy Shah. So this session is exclusively open to females, so feel free to scan the QR code and register in. It will be happening at 4:15 p.m. later.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, just very brief. I know you guys are hungry for lunch already. So today, I'll talk to you about how you can use SQL and Gen AI in Firebase Data Connect and Google Cloud. So my name is Shani. Some of you might already know me, some of you might not, but I'm a GDE in Firebase. So before I get started, just a show of hands in the crowd. I saw a few of you do use Firebase, right? Right? How many of you have heard or used the database products in Firebase? Firestore, Cloud Firestore, real-time database, a few, right? How many of you at work are using SQL? Many? Ooh, nice. So maybe this will work for you or will appear to you. How many of you know that Firebase does not work with SQL? Right? Most of you should know that it doesn't work, but now it does. So today I'm going to show you how you can do that. Right? So in today's session, you can learn how you can get your SQL to work with Firebase, which I think has been a long requested feature for quite some time, right? So for those who are not familiar with Firebase is Google's app development platform. And the mission here is to always help you as app developers to succeed and create experiences that delight users. Now, of the crowd who does a lot of work with SQL, how many of you are full stack developers? A few, or actually quite a number, right? And in this session, we're trying to transition you as a full stack developer or even front end guys who has touched a bit of SQL but didn't really like all the work that goes into it. You want a lot, okay? Right? We want to help you bridge across the gap. So for the back end guys here, it's time for you from this session. I hope that maybe at the end of this session, you will now have to or more in time to work with front end as well, right? For front end people now, it's time for you to be able to work on back end as well without all that headache. And today we're going to talk about just that, right? So, as the previous session, these are all some of the Firebase suite of products that you can use, and these are all the SDKs that we support. And today we're going to talk about an app that we want to build today, which is Friendly Movies, which basically we want to be able to build an app that displays a list of movies from an SQL database, right? And essentially, I guess most of you would know that if you want to build an app that essentially uses SQL, right, you will now actually have to spin up a backend app server and backend app to now put all your statements inside, right? All your insert update delete statements, which have been written for ages ago. So all of those statements have to be loaded somewhere, right? In this case, the backend server. And most often than not, you spend a lot of your time doing this than just your front end. Or rather, the backend guys will just don't care. Okay, the front end guys just do this work, the backend guys do this work. But I guess for full stack guys, you will have this big pain point where most of the time you spend and energy you spend is all a lot on the backend side of things, right? Would you agree? Right? That's great. So that's why Firebase is here to solve that pain, make that thing go away. So as a lot of full stack guys, we will find this cumbersome thing to do because we really want to focus on features that we want to build. We don't want to now have to write APIs, and now the APIs you have to write as connection SQL statements just to retrieve data, massage it, and send it back to the front end, and all of the stuff in between. And like most full stack devs, you now have to spend a lot of time on the back end, but you didn't probably spend the next week, not spend any time on the front end yet, just handling all the back end. Even a simple select statement can be quite cumbersome just to get started with, right? And so Firebase was thinking like, how can we actually get you straight away from the app to the database in a secure and easy fashion? How can we do that? In this case, we are now introducing to you Firebase Data Connect. Okay, round of applause. Okay. Although you don't really know that what right? So what exactly is Data Connect, right? So it's a Firebase SQL database offering, like I mentioned earlier on. And it's powered by Postgres, which is the best SQL one out there. Do you agree? Yes? Woo, great. Yeah, it's not sponsored though. But it's also offered by the GCP's Google Cloud platforms called SQL. So if you're thinking of getting started with Postgres and you're going to deal with all the hassle, you can just load one up easily on the Cloud SQL platform on GCP. And it's built with Firebase principles, which I think is the most important bucket, which has always been to get things easy for app developers to get it out. Right. Let's take a look at the comparison between both of them. They're exactly the same itself, but GCP's Kafka SQL is basically a full-fledged PostgreSQL with all the nice bits and pieces built into it. And with a Firebase integration, it now provides an ease of development experience to your full-stack developers or your app developers who just want to build features and ship it out, or you're a one-man team or two-man team. How many of you just curious are solo engineers who do everything from end to end? You see it from you, few of you, right? So I hope this gives you a better appreciation of how you can get things done. And for those who are already doing front end or back end, but not both at the same time, hopefully you can understand the pain points these devs will face in getting things out the door. That's why you have to build this entire thing just to get things working, right? So let's take a look at how data flows from with data connect. So you have your app as usual, it can be any app you want. And your end destination has always been your PostgreSQL on Cloud SQL. And the data connect sits in between as an intermediary service. So all your queries, all your API calls actually go through the data connect service. So in this case, data connect, we don't ask you to write SQL statements when you call endpoints. We will talk about that later. But instead, we ask you to write queries and mutations. Some of you might already be familiar with terms queries and mutations. Anyone heard of this term before? Anyone? Roughly? Anyone know? Hands up, anyone? No. So you probably heard this somewhere in GraphQL, the terms queries and mutation. And this is also the principle that Data Connect service is built upon. So how are we going to communicate data that we want from our front end? And we can do that with queries and mutations. Of course, the Data Connect service also has an off layer built-in to prevent unauthorized access to any arbitrary statement that you want to query to database. And this, of course, it converts to SQL, all done automatically to retrieve the data you want. So the really most important part of our Data Connect is always been the developer experience. We want you guys to make it as easy, as seamless as possible to query data without having to write any backend code. So the principle here has always been revolving around queries. You write the query, we do the rest. So that's it. So what do we actually mean by that? A query here does a lot of things. In one query that you will define as a dev, you will write your authentication policy, how people can access this query. And that itself will generate all kinds of things for you. One of the things is the SDKs that allows you to immediately connect to it. Because you also understand queries can be very flexible. You can query anything under the sun and you don't have to have a fixed APIs that you will need, right? For example, Cloud Firestore. And of course, Cloud Firestore, you have used it. There are certain limitations of how you can query things. But this is different with SQL. You can basically write anything under the sun. Right? So it's important for app developers to be able to interface with these queries and call your APIs or call your data directly. And of course, we also want to support tool definitions here. Mainly, we talk about tools with AI tools itself. So let's take a look at the data model. How will you do it? For those who have done SQL, you write your create statements, your create table statements, your database schema. But in Firebase, all you need to do is write it in this format. It's very similar to GraphQL. In fact, you would say it's a supercharged version of it. There's certain syntax that may not match or may be different from GraphQL, but all of this is added for your convenience. And that automatically gets generated into schema objects, which are your form more familiar. So you no longer need to write create table statements. Everything you write is in schema, in the schema format. And this schema, you can actually write it in front-end code. And we'll talk about, but that front end is only lives in your development machine. It doesn't actually get exposed. So if you worry about that, don't worry, nothing gets, your schema doesn't get exposed to the client side of the end user. But everything during deployment will get automatically generated into schema, SQL schemas. And let's talk about searching for data, getting data and indentation objects. For example, I want to be able to list products with some optional price filters. And in this case, I want this to be a public API. What does that mean is that any users without logging in should be able to give me a list of products based on a particular table. And how we do that, you can just specify across your filters and your conditions for your SQL. So once that's done, you basically can get your data. And for example, if you want to do something even more that has to be in a secure environment, for example, I want to list out the orders only from the order table. So one way you can do it is by using the auth decorator here, level user. And here we have something special that you can see in the where clause here. You can see that the offer ID is really unique looking field, which is an expression field, where you pass in several computed values. In this case, it's auth.uid. So this value doesn't come from the client side. It all comes from the connect service. So you technically cannot really replace this value with end user value. So this is automatically calculated or retrieved on the back-end side. So for example, if I want to create a new product or insert a new item to the product table, right? All you need to do is almost the same thing, just pass in your fields as parameters and declare whether it's something that the public can access or whether someone else only secure users can access. And you can put in the values as such. There are also other expressions that you could use. For example, you can add server timestamps by using the request.time as a way to do that as well. So in the event you'll find that these tables, these types no longer fit your use case, you can actually use raw SQL. For example, you could add your own views. And this is where your knowledge of SQL will come into play, where you can just put in your views and they can be resolved into proper types. In this case, I'm selecting only the restaurant ID and few of the values. And this is automatically translated as an API for you and will tell you all these values, structured value, all of this. So you don't have to do a mapping from each column. All of it is done automatically for you. And this is how it would look like if you would like to create this script, right? So you have to do this. So the really important part here is after you've defined all your schemas, how do the developers going to use this to do something with that? And this is where the SDK generation comes into play, which ties the whole thing together. Right? So let's say you now have your queries already. And my queries, so this is my products, and this is my orders. How can I use it in my code? How can I use it in my front-end code? In this case, once you actually create this, Data Connect will automatically generate client-side SDKs for you. You don't have to do anything. You can actually specify where this is located. I'll show you guys later in the demo. And you can just query your standard JavaScript async await, and you get your data. I said, this is all client-side. You're not deploying anything on the back-end side at all. Everything is all client-side, and you get your data as secure as possible. Right? You might be wondering how is this secure, right? Because from this point of view, from the client point of view, all of this looks like, all of this is client-side code, right? You await a list of products, and then all of a sudden you have a list of products. So what does this mean? Is this SDK internally have a connection string that connects to the database somewhere and just returns the result? What if somehow these credentials are leaked? Then does that mean now I can just run any sort of queries you want and you can basically potentially do harm? So the answer is no. All of this might look like it's a direct connection to the database, but in fact it's not. Right? Clients can only invoke registered queries and mutations. So you cannot intersect it in the middle and use a different sort of queries to query something else. If let's say you only want to query these products, but what if I change the JavaScript or change the query string to something like this? All users, for example. Would that work? So the answer is no. Right? All your queries, when you are deployed, they actually generate all their API endpoints, very specific API endpoints for every specific query. So you cannot make new queries outside of the developer's design and call the SQL directly, database directly. It doesn't work like that. Right? You also have building off directly, so you can customize the level of control of the data that you want to return to different set of users. Right? And I think before I continue on, let me just show you a demo of how it will look like. Right, so this is one example here. Let's see if, so this is this, where did it go? Yeah, here you go. So this is the app they want to build today. In this case, the family movies. Now we want to display a list of movies. I have my data in the database already, but how do I actually query out and display? So let's take a look at that. So this itself is the code, and this is the query that I want to execute. Now this queries itself lives on the client side. Lives on the client side, but it's not deployed to the browser itself. So basically, the user can't really see this code. So let's take, for example, I want to list all the movies. So I just query. So before I continue, in order to get started, right, what you need to do is actually download Firebase extension, Firebase Data Connect extension. So this database, this Data Connect extension will actually enable a few things for you. When you run the emulator, it runs what's necessary to start a local environment. So you don't have to figure out how do I set up my Data Connect instance, how do I set up my Postgres instance. All you need to do is turn on the emulator, it will do the rest. So once you turn it on, it basically will create a database, a local database on your machine. And you can, of course, query and insert data, which I pre-inserted earlier on. And now all I need to do is to write my queries. In this case, I want to create a query that do this movies. So once I actually do this and save, right, what will Data Connect do is that it will validate, query, and generate the SDKs necessary. And it does that by using the connector here. This source automatically generated for you when you use the Firebase CLI to create a new Data Connect feature, to add this feature into your app. And it creates this bare bone, and you can actually specify what sort of package you want it to be. So in this case, I want it to be scoped under the movie group, right? And this is where I want all my generated files to be. So here, if I go back to my code, go back to my queries, when you save this, it will automatically generate all the necessary typings, all the SDKs that you can use. So once that's done, all you need to do is just go to your code. In this case, I have a movie service. I want to query get the top movies, right? So I can do this. And of course, these movies don't really exist because all I did was the queries, but actually it generates the SDK and all the typings. So now you have a automatic SDK that you can use. So you don't really have to build this layer of interfaces of how do you actually connect to the Data Connect service. It's all done for you. If I were to go in, even the type definitions are all done for you as well. You don't have to do anything here. This is all generated at the Data Connect SDK path, which you have specified in your Data Connect YAML file here, connector here. So once that is done, you just have to refresh the page. Hopefully it's working. Oh, 9. It's not. Hold up. Oh, maybe I can see. Okay, good. So let's see, hopefully it works. Yeah, so this is where you get all your data. So now it's able to query locally. If I were to look at my inspect element and look at the network tab, let's see what's happening itself. You cannot see from here, too small. So here, right, you'll see that actually connects to the emulator instance of the Data Connect service and calls this API. This API is all automatically done for you to kind of configure yourself. And even the payload itself, you don't really have to do it. It's all done to you. All you need to do as a dev is just fill in your pre-generated SDKs, use the pre-generated SDK, and you're done. Okay, so let's go back.
Yes, but we continue with the talk. Just that our lunch decreased half of the. Oh, is it? Okay, good.
Now,
You should really.
let me just go through the local development workflow. So what happens on locally when you want to build an app, right? All you need to do is to create your data connect configuration, which is where you define your schema, your queries, and your notation, configure your connectors correctly, and that's it. It should automatically generate its
Okay.
Okay. We have a new participant in the house. So yeah, questions later. Once that is done, you can be able to test your app locally. But let's look at the production scale itself. So it's exactly the same thing. All you need to do now is just run the FTC deploy or basically Firebase deploy. And you will spin up all sorts of things to make it work. In this case, you will create your queries, generate the schemas, even do migrations. For example, let's say you already have one, and now you have a new schema or modify the schema. You will be able to identify the tables and perform the necessary outer table statements correctly in order to get it working. So once that is done, you should be able to get things out of the way. So it's a demo, but now this is where Google makes the money, I guess, is to how can we add generative AI features to your app, right? I guess in a lot of sense that we've gone through today, generative AI has always been talking, writing talks, and getting results back, right? But in this case, would it make sense to have a generative AI in, for example, a movie app? You would think maybe not, unless you're generating a script, right? But I feel like in this case, it has been compelling use case to have some form of generative AI feature in the app. So let's take a look at an example back in the app itself. Right. So imagine this app, right? You have all these movies, and most often than not, you want to be able to filter things, right? Just a show of hands for the end, guys. How many of you receive any customer request or client request or product request to add some form of full text search to search the data you want? No? You want to ask a few? Or rather, let's say if I ask the end guys, if you want to filter a particular row by some sort of text, what would you most normally do? You right? Fuzzy matching, right? Like for example, like something, right? And then you probably just throw around the wildcards here and there and see whether it matches or not. But more often than not, it works, right? But what if I want to look for something else? For example, if I were to look back at my movies, right? You'll see all of these space-related things. For example, I was space-related. What else is space-related? Right. So if I were to search for something, for example, within a movie space-related, you would probably just enter space, right? And then you get movies that probably match the description, and this has related to space. But you know that you have a lot of movies, or rather a lot of data that is space-related. In this case, for example, this Beyond the Horizon definitely is space-related, right? So how can we improve this search itself? Normally, if you don't use generative AI, what you would do is that all you need to do is just add some of the space tag to this particular item. And then let's say your QA comes back and says, oh, it's not working if I put spaces or outer states, for example. Then that it's already, now you add one more tag. And then it's decided to change it to something else. Universe is space, right? And you put universe, and then you search, can you get, now you add a new tag. So it's always ongoing, this very hard-coded form of going back and forth to get the refined results you want. So this is where generative AI can probably help you out. It's something we call vector search. So I think I have the default version of it. Right? So imagine we ask the same thing as well, but in this case we type space. And in this case, it should yield me results of anything that has space related, for example. So now it gives me more results that is more consistent to what the user might want. Because now with generative AI, we can analyze this text and figure out how we can get this sort of matches this space with the theme. So let's take a look how we can actually do that with a data connect. And before we get there, we need to understand two concepts here. One is vectors and embedding. So how many of you in the crowd already know what vectors and embeddings are? No? Okay. I see a few, but so I think it's important to get this one across because I think if you want to get started, I think any form of generative AI in your application, regardless of how simple it is, these are two basic concepts that comes up all the time whenever we look at all APIs, regardless of Gemini or OpenAI or whatever's out there. You need to understand these two two basic concepts. One is vectors. So vectors are basically just array of floating point numbers. It sounds nice, but that's what it is. And embeddings are basically the same thing, but with more contextual information and relationship. So this is a rough dumbed-down interpretation I have to understanding the relationship between vectors and embedding vectors. So, for example, in this case, it's food line, right? So, food, in this case, I have the nasi lemak cheese, chicken chop cheese, and these we consider as vectors. So, basically, they are just number representation of the food itself. And on the right side, I have drinks that have chin chow. One is Michael Jackson, one is Bandung chin chow. And they're also marked as vectors, right? And you can see that our teh tarik, which is also potong kaki style, is also listed here as vectors as well. So each object itself can be represented by a series of numbers, right? And these numbers are actually plotted in a very large, I would say, knowledge space. Just imagine a very large three-dimensional, two-dimensional space, as long as it's space. And things that are related to each other tend to gravitate towards each other. So in this case, the only reason why nasi lemak and chicken chop are very close to each other in this vector space, treated like a X and Y coordinate system, for example, is because they both have cheese, right? In this case, the Michael Jackson and the Bandung chin chow are close together is because of the chin chow, right? So as you can see, another version of Michael Jackson also exists. This is the real one, right? It exists in a totally different space, totally far away from the drinks because it's the actual actor, right? The actor came first before the drink, so you know this is how it look like. But embedding itself is how this relationship work together. So in this case, if I want to search for embeddings like cheesy food, somehow it's able to generate a series of numbers that also gravitate towards this area. So it's like a geolocation, geofencing kind of thing. You would imagine like things that are clustered together. So if I were to search for cheesy food, it will give me this sort of results. If I search drinks with chin chow, then it will give me this sort of results itself. If I look for embedding singers, it will gravitate towards this. So if I want to type singers, it won't gravitate towards the top because this has already been considered as strings. So now you roughly understand the differences between a vector and embeddings and the relationship, right? Let's take a look how we use it in the app, right? So you have the text, you need to generate embedding. So you generate it by using AI models. In this case, the Vertex AI has a text gecko model that you can use. And you can do something like this. You will call the API itself to give you the vector embeddings. But as Firebase, our nature is to make it as painless as possible. This doesn't look painless enough, so we can go even more painless itself by doing something else. Let's take a look at itself. So let's go back to our movie example, right? I want to be able to generate the embeddings for the description of the movie. So basically, I want the AI to understand, based on the description of the movie, figure out roughly what category, whatever you think most likely this movie will be. And in this case, what you can do is by creating a new column here called description embedding. So this is also called a vector column, a vector data type that is supported by vector, which is an extension that you can add to your regular Postgres So once you add this, Data Connect will automatically deploy the correct extensions for your Postgres database. And in order to be able to query the data you want, all you need to do is just pass in the description itself. If you don't want to use Google Cloud or you don't want to use Gemini, you can always have your own embedding models in someone else, your own in-house model, for example, and just pass in the vectors directly if you want. Or you can go with Vertex AI and just say that, hey, I need to generate embeddings based on the text that the user input. So all you need to input, for example, I want to input space, and this automatically calls the Vertex AI model to generate the content for you and insert it into the database. So that's what you could do as well. And let's take a look how you want to query this data out. And we're able to query this by using the vector semantic search, which is using embeddings to search the vector space of all the movies that you created. And in this case, I just need to specify the query on top. You can see the query string. And just specify exactly how do we convert that query into embedding. Just, it's very similar like earlier on. Just put the compare embed and the model itself and all the extra options that you can choose to input as well. And it should give you the results automatically. If you're going to do it yourself outside of Vertex AI, you can always pass in the vector yourself and just compare it directly as so. And I guess you all seen the demo already. So before I end the slide, is one thing that I want to take away from this session is that in Data Connect, queries supercharge your development. You just need to take care of how you design and write your queries. In this query itself, a few things you have to consider. How can you make it secure? So you need to also, of course, declare what is the access level you want your queries. Is it for users? Is it for public use? Or is it for administrators, for example? And you can, of course, specify your tools that you want to use. In this case, one of them would be the vector embedding tools that you can use. There's an extensive list that you can see, which I'll share later on in this slide. So with that in mind, I would like to thank you for joining this session. I hope that all of you would learn. All the SQL guys now want to come up to do front as well. Now I can do front end with my back end knowledge. So you can say goodbye to your front end guys and fire them. The front end guys can fire your back end guys, and then so the work goes well there. So this is an example of the exact code that you can use for this step-by-step instruction how to get started. If you want to know more about Data Connect, you can take a look at this link. If you want to see the references to what you can do and cannot do in Data Connect, it's available here as well. And here's the QR code to my slides. Thank you.
25 minutes. All right, so before we head out for lunch, any questions from the crowd we have?
I have some 5 days. I have like how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only. Last, there's no more spots. Or yeah, so if you ask questions, I can give you no strings attached.
I'm not experienced yet at the level that I should be asking complex questions, but I do want to ask, what is the limitations of using Firebase?
In this particular context or in Firebase in general?
Okay.
So it's a very general, very broad question. So you're making me work for this thing. Okay, so if we talk about this context itself, there's a lot of things that I won't sugarcoat. There are still things that the Data Connect is working on to get a lot of things supported. Like one of the few things that users have requested was having the post list, for example, geolocation searching feature inside. So it's not natively supported yet, but it's slowly adding more things. So I will also ask that if you're really interested in trying out and you have questions or feedback, I suggest you to go to this particular page. firebase.uservoice.com for you to leave comments in any Firebase related products, not just Data Connect. And you can leave comments as what you need, you think that should be included in the Data Connect product. So of course, those with top votes, right, would probably be prioritized first, but it's a good way for you to ask for features that you really think you need in Data Connect or any of the Firebase products. So that's one of the limitations here. There's still some things that the Firebase team needs to work on. But Firebase itself, general limitation, I would say, is it's actually quite broad for me to specify. If you have an exact product, it could probably help. Yeah.
Well, I've been working on a project called fingerprint-based instances.
Okay.
And the whole purpose of the project is to store fingerprints and save people's identity with accounts so that they can be accessible throughout the world.
Okay.
How would I be able to implement Firebase in my system?
Okay, so in this case, there's a few things you could do. One thing about fingerprints is that the fingerprints don't actually leave the device. The whole identification is on device. So this is very similar to what we do as a passkey, or rather tokenization, hardware tokenization, in this case, including your biometric information. So for Firebase, there is a connection that you could use, which is part of the Google Cloud authentication feature. Let me see if I can get it for you. Let me just search. Where is the support? So if I'm not wrong, there is a section here on the Google Cloud platform that allows you to actually do just that. But it also relies on the device level of security. For example, you will notice that your banking apps or rather secure apps now require you to enable fingerprint or Face ID in order to log in through, right? So those are very similar systems that you can try to expose to see whether it works. But the fingerprint itself never leaves the device. It's all secured within that machine. So it does send a public private key exchange to your server to identify whether that actually works. So that is something you will need to look at. That works regardless of whether you use Firebase or not. But if I'm not wrong, Firebase has a implementation under the GCP environment, the Google Cloud Platform environment, to do that. Yeah. So any other question? Yeah. Or, yeah, it only supports Postgres on the Google Cloud Platform, unfortunately. So you cannot use your in-house Postgres on a different server somewhere. Yeah, so it has to be tied together with the GCP environment. Yeah. Yes, yes, you cannot. At this moment, there are some people requesting this feature, but right now, no, the current work has always been revolving around Google Cloud Platform, right? So this is where they enforce their security as well to make sure it doesn't get leaked out, and this is where they can then take control of the entire service itself. So even the service and the Cloud SQL, it has to be in Cloud SQL basically, which is the Google Cloud Platform. You cannot use the Google Cloud Platform. So you're talking about authentication part of it? Oh, right now, it doesn't support more than one. So that's something you can, of course, you can include in the user space as well to get that working. So let me just check if there is a specific mention of the, imagining a database space, right? The workspace between two different, let me just check whether the connector. It's you can actually have more than one. I'm not sure whether you can have more than one within the same code, same environment. But that's a good question. I'll bring it to the team and see how we can, have different. It's right now there's no clear indication how we can have two separate spaces, but based on this data source itself, we could have multiple data sources they can use. But I think that right now the documentation is not there yet. I'll have to ask the team to get back to you on that. So yeah, that's a really hard question, right? But a valid one nonetheless. Any other questions? One like that.
What's the average level of
So the normal SQL layer we would probably recommend you to use would be Firestore directly. So it's either you use SQL or you use NoSQL. If you want to use both products at the same time, it's perfectly fine. Just have to make sure you separate the connection, or rather the code that you use for SQL stuff and the code they use for NoSQL. But that probably is the, I would say, the Firestore APIs or the Firestore SDKs. They have been requested to actually do both together as a data connector, universal or unified API for both. But right now it's still separated. So you still have to import your Firestore SDKs. You want to use NoSQL. Right. So keep the question coming, but only had 4. So I think I gave one to that guy. I think that guy and that guy. And then, oh wait, we already gave out this number. Okay, well, good, you help me check that. Was it 4 already? Okay. I think that lady over there has one last question. You still want to ask the question?
So I came in a bit late, and I've actually never worked with Firebase. I wanted to understand why Firebase. What's so good about it? What is it?
Okay, cool. My hand is up. Yeah, so that's a good question, especially for that's a good question, especially for people who want to talk this. One thing that we notice that states, especially those who want to really build their next product, the next feature, right, is that with all the hassle that goes in between in order to get to the final product. So let's say you want to you have this series of idea and you want to build the next big. Along the way, there's so many hurdles that you go through. For example, now you need to learn back-end development, now you need to learn DevOps, now you need to learn how can you front-end, for example, and then now you need to learn databases, how can you optimize your database, authentication, security. So all of that layers are necessary, are the bare bones we need in order to ship a very simple app. For example, let's say a note-taking app. Right? Just being able to save data on the cloud and share it among your users itself involves a lot of processes to get started. So Firebase here is to eliminate or reduce that workload that you need to do by offering products to help it out. Say you need to authenticate users, but you don't want to deal with the hassle of passwords, salts, encryption, all of that. You can just use the Firebase authentication. If you need to deploy it on environment and then everyone can access it through a URL, that goes at 10x or 100x the scale of traffic, they use app hosting in order to do that for you. So everything is all the hard hurdles of getting things done is all done for you. You're going to build, let's say, your next Instagram app where you can upload a lot of pictures and videos and stuff and see across the cloud. You could use Firebase Cloud Storage to help you handle. You don't have to now write code to handle where is this files going to get saved, how can I serve them natively to customers in a scalable and performant manner. We have to handle about caching. Where does my cache of this data has to sit? Does it now have to sit at the edge location, etc.? So all of these hurdles that you will face when you want to build a simple app can be taken care of by Firebase for you. So it makes your development time from, let's say, a minimum, I would say, optimistically, let's say 5 months, or 3 months, you have coffee every day, right? So maybe to a month, instead to just ship out a minimum viable product. So it's a way for you to get from A to your MVP as soon as possible, for you to test ideas. You want to spend your money on ideas, whether they work. If you want to spend your money on getting all the time taken just to build a very simple, all the infrastructure, all the money you spend there. So that's what Firebase is known to do, and that's where customers who use Firebase wants it for that particular reason. So I hope I answered your question. Yep. So I think that's the last question. I guess we don't have time. If you want to have any other questions, feel free to look for me outside. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much, guys, for running early. I'm sorry for the ones that are waiting for lunch, but thank you so much to Shangji for sharing the session. Please give me a round of applause. All right, I think the time now is 1 o'clock, and we will release you out for lunch, and you can gather back here. The session will start at 1:45. So hopefully everyone can enjoy your food that's waiting for you outside, and make sure to meet your 3 friends goal as mentioned by Amrita.
他们有 special。
哦，你去是，我要叫那个美女 A 的人来那个 slide。
还没。
去测。嗯？那在哪会写吗？要不然还是等。
那个，只有我一个人。
对呀。
其他人呢？
就一个啊。
其他人在哪里？啊，是哈，就有人没该晚上厕所，因为有人就是。
你们 MC， 你 MC 就是你一个人在来啦。
算那些，然后那个 screen 是谁的？因为我要找那个 speaker， 因为要看那个 time， 因为看那这些哇，也有人到这里。
这是，我觉得这是很难的啊，因为你一个人在那搞。之前我每次做，人家通常好像如果一个 MC 是有另外一个人把你在干，还要算时间那种啊。
你看这个是另外一个问题，那个 Majestic。
啊？什么？
没有，还有一个 link 的，哦，对，
不是专有呗？
还要 allow 那个，哎，这个是什么？在这里。
不是这个。
是，还要给那 speaker 进来。
那就好。
啊，然后那个电脑也在这里哦。
什么声音？这个声音
啊，所以我要关掉。所以 I'm like bro， 哪里的？
有没有 request 掉的一个人在帮忙的？
我不知道人家他们在哪里。
有没有事情 group 啊 ？I need help. Send help.
一个人没跑来跑去噻。
你有没有讲？
一个人一个人在家里啊。
秋啊，讲话。
哇！
你有没有讲需要帮忙？你在那个课里面讲 send help， 我们就
有人走进来，可是走进来现在就出去了。
对啊，你没有讲，也没有人讲需要在那做。
我们每
跟谁讲？
我们每2号班里，大家我们在这里。
跟谁来那个朋友那个？
啊。坐在这里，然后他坐在韦恩就坐在这里一下，然后他就帮他。
看得了。
啊，那他说他干嘛？
但是你找我们那些秋不忙，然后我这都不忙，没有东西做啊。
这里现在人你这里。
那你讲我在这边的时候没有东西做。
哦，我在那边，其实我要锁掉那个门，因为还没开那个门，又影响到旁边坐着的人，然后影响到那个 speaker。
哦，所以刚好坐边去那边锁门
不好
啊。
意思，我没有锁到，不过我锁了过后那个 screen 又开始 blink，我就要去 fix 那个。
那个 screen 怎样 fix？
那你看，你先看，它还在 blink 呢。真的。它是这样的吗？on on on on。然后这个 fix。是这样的，是这样的。这个。
但是跟我北部的。不能呢，这样子。
You mean
怎么感觉？
projector, is it the middle one?
Yeah, the
not
middle
fully,
one
yeah.
that is.
Okay.
This one, this one tu yang macam ni lah. Tapi dia akan display dengan. Oh.
麻烦呢，这东西。
中到这个不要一直开着。
不行，还会听到。
你看我们。
you.